Yeah, Mr. Cook. Hello, Mr. Cook.
racing, like, reaching actually all things that are, like, racist. If you look up if asked is as legitimate as asked, in terms of, like, I asked you a question, and if you don't think so, you're right. Find anything else on Google that says otherwise. It's nuts. It's like all these scrubs.
If these people weren't controlling the media enough,
So
yeah, here comes AI. It's a new tool. I think eventually, like, what the people want to do that are running this thing, they want to control people in the way they think and make them dependent on AI the same way everyone right now is dependent on knowing what's going on by turning on the TV and watching the news.
Yeah, they have wearable ones now that will listen to you all the time and just give you summaries and transcriptions of everything you say all day, and like organize it into like lists and notes.
Every item, every wearable AI fucking thing has.
But this is first generation, and of course they're gonna be, but like it's still out. The first generation is out. And I have flawed AI, which is now a wearable, but when I got it, it wasn't. And it actually did an amazing job. I took it to a Jordan Peterson lecture and recorded the whole thing, and it made like the best summary and like outline. It was crazy.
It might be a good time to buy a bunch of land in the middle of fucking nowhere for dirt cheap. I think with all this shit coming online, there's gonna be a lot more people that are gonna just reject almost electronics as a whole, and they're just gonna want to go fuck off somewhere and live their life.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna like be allowed to happen though.
I've been like kind of wondering though, what if all this AI is just a dud in the end? Right? Because like the big question now, I've been seeing a lot of articles about whether or not they can monetize any of this. And it hasn't actually turned a profit.
They're gonna be able to make money off of it, bro.
They're gonna be able to eliminate a lot of jobs.
Exactly. The company's gonna go, oh man.
Anything you can name.
Only knows like what it's programmed to do. The thing about it is you can compare calculators. You can say, well, I put in 2 times 2 on this one, and I got 4. Then I got 4 over here on this other one, and they're made by they're made by 2 different companies, and they're 2 different calculators, but it gives you the same answer. I feel like the problem is that there's going to be variances, and people are going to be able to twist things that
Mr. Pedal. And I just want to come on, come on.
I'll actually record it.
Like we're arguing over like the little shits of curves.
I'll read the article. But while equal in paper and practice, Han Chinese are largely spared the abortion, sterilizations, IUD insertions, and detentions for having too many children that are forced on Xinjiang's other ethnicities, interviews and data show. Some rural Muslims, like whatever this guy's name is, the article I gave you. How about this? I'll literally,
Let me.
okay.
Thought you were reading. Okay, part of you.
I just want to know what's in Florence's plate, man.
We're not doing this.
Why would you do?
Try and make friends.
What's going on? This is your boy Jim coming at you live. Another video. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe.
the Kingwood Darwin and Iceland. That's all it includes. It's like very, very retarded. autistic.
Yeah, now those guys are a bit the far-fetched side, I'd say.
They're skinheads, basically. They're just
Oh, yeah,
retards.
yeah.
I don't like skinheads at all anymore.
I have some guys I know that they're not skinheads, but they go on like GTA and roleplay as them, and I'm like, and there it is.
Or
Yeah, that's really not what he said, but
takes into his hand
he's done this repeatedly.
and wrap the cast.
I have the freedom of religion and freedom of speech, but I guess that means that if I'm not speaking about religion, I don't have freedom of religion or speech.
Right here it says, okay, let's see. Beginning with the operative clause, the Supreme Court first concluded that the phrase "the right of the people" or used in the Bill of Rights universally communicates an individual right, and thus the Second Amendment protects the rights
Street. A Slate article, a reference to the study by John Albright, director of the Town Center for Digital Journalism at Columbia, who found 9,000 videos on YouTube with titles that are, and I quote, a mixture of shocking, vile, and promotional themes that include rape game jokes, shock reality, social experiments, celebrity pedophilia, false flag rants, and terror-related conspiracy theories dating back to the Oklahoma City attacks in 1995.
It makes terror-related conspiracies in with false flags, with Gulf of Tonkin and all those.
We have to look at it. By totalitarian state.
Grown to adulthood under your very nose. But the First Amendment is still holding its ground under a hail of globalist arrows. But it can't withstand the assault forever. We are reaching the critical moment. Stand up, America, and reclaim your rights. John Bound reporting for Infowars.com.
It is Sunday, September 29th, 2024. I'm your host, Alex Jones, coming to you from the heart of Texas, broadcasting worldwide. We'll put on screen how many days we are out from the U.S. election. The most important election in world history. 36 days, 7 hours, 53 minutes, 11 seconds. All right, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency and the former top national security advisor for President Trump will be joining us coming up in about 40 minutes live in studio for over an hour. General Michael Flynn. And he will, of course, break down all the different globalist attempts to steal the election right in front of our eyes and the attempts on President Trump's life and what he believes the globalists are going to be trying in the next 37 days. And if Trump's able to get through all the fraud and we're able to get through and he gets in, then what happens in the 76 days when he's president-elect, when all hell is going to break loose in my view, in my prediction here. All right. We've got Israel and war, as was predicted, just expanding all over the place as Israel strikes forward. Incredible news coming in.
Jones obviously is a well-known conspiracy theorist whose brand is bullying. He launched similar attacks against the families whose 6- and 7-year-old kids were slaughtered at Sandy Hook.
These people are all lawyers. They're very smart. They've defamed me in fake lawsuits they filed, funded by the Democratic Party, knowing they're protected, filing false statements under defamation in lawsuits, and then they do it as members of Congress, protected with immunity for false statements.
The Slate article references a study by John Albright, director of the Town Center for Digital Journalism at Columbia, who found 9,000 videos on YouTube with titles that are, and I quote, a mixture of shocking, vile, and promotional themes that include rape game jokes, shock reality, social experiments, celebrity pedophilia, false flag rants, and terror-related conspiracy theories dating back to the Oklahoma City attacks in 1995.
It makes terror-related conspiracies in with false flags, with Gulf of Tonkin and all these other things are declassified at this stage. Anybody has a right to question that when it's a history of it. Doesn't mean we always think it's fake. We have to look at it.
Every one of your rights has been compromised by a totalitarian state grown to adulthood under your very nose. But the First Amendment is still holding its ground under a hail of globalist arrows. But it can't withstand the assault forever. We are reaching the critical moment. Stand up, America, and reclaim your rights. John Bound reporting for Infowars.com.
It is Sunday, September 29th, 2024. I am your host, Alex Jones, coming to you from the heart of Texas, broadcasting worldwide. We'll put on screen how many days we are out from the U.S. election. The most important election in world history. 36 days, 7 hours, 53 minutes, 11 seconds. All right, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency and the former top national security advisor for President Trump will be joining us coming up in about 40 minutes live in studio for over an hour. General Michael Flynn. And he will, of course, break down all the different globalist attempts to steal the election right in front of our eyes and the attempts on President Trump's life, what he believes the globalists are going to be trying in the next 37 days. And if Trump's able to get through all the fraud, and we're able to get through it, he gets in, then what happens in the 76 days when he's president-elect, all hell is going to break loose in my view. All right. We've got Israel and war, as was predicted, just expanding all over the place as Israel strikes 4 countries in the last few days. We've got ongoing big developments with Ukraine and Zelensky and all the different things that are unfolding there. We have incredible news coming out on the border and Kamala's visit, now claiming she was the greatest border czar ever claiming she wasn't the border czar. And you've got Walz and her being booed by crowds everywhere they travel. And then Trump getting huge standing ovations at college football games in Alabama, while Walz gets booed and chased out in Michigan. We're told by the fake polls that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are ahead.
Hannah. Welcome back to my channel, Hannah Needs to Yell. And today I need to yell about Mr. Beast getting exposed again, continually, from people who were present for and contestants in the filming of Mr. Beast Games. It's called Beast Games. I always want to call it Mr. Beast Games. Anyway, a new article recently came out from Las Vegas 3 News. I want to give this article a little bit more airtime because it gives us more and more details. I think, you know, we've been talking for a while about how, like, the filming was unsafe, stuff was terrible, but we've had all these kind of general vibes about it. This article has specific details. I'll also say I'm not the first one to report on this article. I saw it in Adam McIntyre's video, and I just got so irritated that I needed to make my own video about it. So credit to Adam McIntyre if you want to go watch his opinions about it. And of course, here I am if you want to hear my opinions about it. Before I offer you those, like this video, subscribe to my channel, set notifications to all. My new job is jobbing. It is work. It is taking time and energy. So I'm still figuring out my schedule, but I did have time this morning, and I thought, well, let's talk about this. This seems important. So let me show you what I'm talking about. And we are starting out strong here on 3 News in Las Vegas. It says Las Vegas staff say Mr. Beast should be, quote, blacklisted. Cite OSHA, medics set for failure. This article came out on Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. It is by Mingsun Lau, and it was updated yesterday, Thursday, 26th of September. So I'm sure there will be more updates as we go. Here we have some media we have not seen before. So let's see this video. It's very quick, so I don't want you to miss what's happening. Okay, we see a ton of sleeping bags on a hotel floor in like what looks like a hotel event room. So what we find out the more that we learn about this story is those are the sleeping bags that the contestants were sleeping in. We have photos. So this says, Las Vegas Beast Games contestants wait at Hotel Casino Rio before heading to Allegiant Stadium on Thursday, July 18th, 2024 in Las Vegas. Photo courtesy of a source who requested anonymity. Said the luggage was organized correctly.
Nina Drama has a big problem. Nina Drama wants Sean Strickland to breed her with his patriotic seed dispensing ultimate fighting cack, but he refuses to. Why? Well, here's a hint.
I'm gonna tread lightly when I say this, but like I thought you were when I first met you, I thought you were a dumb little whore. I'm gonna tread lightly when I say this. Yeah, the first time I met Nina, she's, hey Sean, they're all out, and I was like, oh, this girl's a dumb woman, and I got to know Nina.
It's marketing. It's for the viewership.
But let's back up, because first we need to prove that Nina really does want Sean Strickland to both penetrate and impregnate. Because these two will claim that nothing is going on here. Listen to this BS.
Men and women can't be friends.
Got you. But here's the thing, dude, it's so funny because I put that, it was like, well, you and Nina, me and Nina don't hang out, you guys. She has a boyfriend, I don't want to hang out with her.
We all hang out as a group.
We all guys.
Imagine that you've married a Korean guy, someone you fell in love with, someone who promised you the world. You move to his country, start a family, and think you're building life together. But then things start to change. He's threatening to take your child away. He tells you that if you try to report him or do anything against him, you will never see your child again. The law is on his side, he says. You feel trapped, terrified, and alone in a country far from home. And this isn't just a story, it's the reality for many foreign women married to Korean men. About 1 in 4 women reporting it at some point of their lives. For every reported case, many more remain hidden due to fear and stigma. Foreign women face even greater challenges, often isolated by language barriers and uncertain of their rights. From 2013 to 2019, over 21,000 cases of domestic violence involving foreign spouses were reported in Korea, likely just the tip of the iceberg. Then there's the issue of custody. Custody battles can be especially tough for foreign spouses in Korea. They often face language barriers and a legal system that may favor the Korean parent, believing they offer a more stable, culturally familiar environment for the child. It's important to recognize that these struggles aren't limited to one gender or nationality. They affect many families in complex ways. To really show you how serious this issue is, we sat down with a woman named Courtney. She's bravely navigating the challenges of domestic abuse while fighting for her child in a foreign country. Her story is deeply personal, but it's also something that, sadly, many others are going through as well.
So he seems like out of the apartment. I never expected, things to take such a drastic turn with everything. So
Courtney's story begins like many others, full of hope and love. But beneath the surface, troubling signs began to emerge, ones that would lead to a nightmare she never anticipated.
I really noticed his attitude started to shift a lot after I got pregnant, and then it got to the point where anything that I didn't agree with him on, he would say, I'm gonna kick you out of the house, I'm gonna kick you and the kids out of the house.
Just go out.
I'm not doing anything right now.
Just go out. I don't want to see you.
You're gonna lose your visa, I'm gonna make a false police report against you saying, you hit me or something. And he would call the police sometimes just saying, oh, am I legally allowed to kick her out of the house with no reason? And they said no. So he would make a reason, and he would call them trying to cause some kind of problem.
The abuse wasn't just verbal, it turned physical, with Courtney bearing the brunt of her partner's anger. Even while heavily pregnant, she was subjected to violence that endangered both her life and the life of her unborn child.
It was when I was 32 weeks pregnant. So he came home, throwing divorce papers in front of me. I'll consider this later, but I need you to calm down. Right now I have the girls in the room with me. They don't need to see this. He started to keep pushing the paper on me and, yelling in my face. The girls are behind me on the bed. So I ended up locking the bedroom door and, going about what I was doing. There was about a 20-25 minute video of him banging on the door, screaming in Korean, I'm gonna kill you. Stop! I'm really gonna kill you. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make you, meet your mother. My mother had died that July of that year, and, hearing that from the person who was there for you, pretending to comfort you when your mother died, and then, ever since then she's been a punchline, ha, your mother died, you don't have a mother, or, I'm gonna send you to your mother now. I was kind of naive. I opened the door. Next thing I know, the door hits my nose. It left a big bruise there, and he comes in and he just starts pushing me towards the window and the wall.
Logan ever came up with that. I'm almost certain he Googled that shit. Like, hate is a feeling. YouTube, and it was forced to come out with a PR response on Twitter. So it all starts with this tweet by Jimmy.
Dive into a world where the supernatural comes alive with famous modern ghost stories compiled by Dorothy's.
The steroid monster believed too much in his huge muscles and fully tattooed body. The cocky man was acting overconfident and arrogant. Unlike his very humble opponent, he also the steroid monster.
Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
Perfect.
In a world where the known often collides with the unknown, there are tales that defy logic, moments that challenge our understanding of reality. From shadowy figures at the edge of the woods to encounters with beings that resemble us yet remain distinctly alien, humanoid encounters have intrigued and startled witnesses for generations. Today, we're diving deep into these eerie tales, unraveling stories that might make you question what truly lurks among us. A humanoid is basically anything that kind of looks like a human. It has 2 legs, 2 arms, maybe a head. It has the same basic shape of a human, but it isn't a human. For example, aliens or other kinds of cryptids. And today, I'm covering an iceberg about these humanoid encounters. So we're going to go down this chart, and every single entry is a different story of an encounter with one of these humanoids. The ones at the top of this chart are very, very
Nigger. Nigger,
Yo, I have a
nigger.
question, dude. Well, you're a gooner?
Hey, what's up, my nigger?
Hey, dude, look at our mutual friend, dude. You know who that is?
What do you mean?
Look at our mutual friend.
Okay, I will check.
Bro.
I will check. Yeah, who is this guy? He told me in the past that he likes my content.
He told me he likes my cock.
He told you he likes your cock?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He told me that he likes my cock too, but are you homosexual? Are you homosexual?
Not really.
Are you gay?
No, not really.
Yeah, me nigger.
I don't know.
Me nigger. So what do you do?
How do I see?
What?
Text chat, really. What do I do? What do you mean, what do I do?
What do you do in life? I mean, it's the first time that we speak, so nice to meet you.
Yeah, oh my god, Don Vito is here? Don Vito is here.
You mean, when you say here, you mean in the server?
Yeah, dude, what the hell is this server?
Why you saying what the hell? Can you share with me what's wrong?
Dude, Don Vito is like a pedophile.
Okay.
Hey, bro. I just wanted to say hi.
Hey, how you doing, nigger?
What's up, bro?
Very good, nigger.
I'm very good. I'm glad we're both very good.
Yay, nigga.
This guy's gay, by the way.
This dude right here? No. This cutie right here? No, he's not.
Wait, who is gay?
I don't know. Oh.
Yeah, me nigger.
Yeah.
Look at edgy you are, dude. It's crazy.
Where are you from, nigger?
Kentucky?
Ah, Turkey. You're from Turkey. Very good.
Yeah, I'm from Turkey. I'm from
Istanbul.
I'm from Islamabad.
So, Mr. What's your name? Kurlord? Kurklord?
The jerk-off ambassador.
What's your name? Kurklord?
Yeah, that's his name. I'm pretty sure. I think you're correct.
Not the staple, I can tell you that.
It is no restriction. You should have privacy in public, sir.
Thank you and have a nice day.
No, I'm gonna need you to identify yourself. You have no badge. You have no name tag. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you mind telling me why?
So why does my car still move a little bit, even after I put it in park? When you shift your transmission into park, this rod pushes this parking paw out into the case, and it indexes on this ring here, and it
Nicknamed the Beast for public execution, the bell rang, and the Beast, out on hunt, clutched the mean rodent as his prey. Further, the filthy rat begged for cheese, but Ferraro sped the scoundrel with his fist. Just look at what this... let's go now. Wait, let's go now to see what this party, what this head of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation is a Christian and believes that Jesus Christ was a communist.
Yeah, what I was saying, Christianity is very communist.
Let's read. Members of the Komsomol. This is a party. This is an official party. What they're saying. This is during Lenin's reign.
Okay.
Yeah. So religion. Yeah, religion.
Reigning leader of the Soviet Union. Continue.
No. No, but like he's like the one that was fighting. He was fighting since like the early 1900s. Yes, he took power from full power for 2 years. But yeah, okay.
Like they start doing this like this really radical stuff.
A normal V8 engine has 8 pistons that use combustion gases to expand and push the pistons out. Now let's look at our electric V8 engine. Oh, there it goes. Instead of pistons, we have a permanent magnet that moves in and out of the coils of wire. When a current is applied to the coil, it creates a magnetic field that opposes the permanent magnet and pushes it down. If you've seen a real V8 engine, you might notice something that's off with this one. There are 2 pistons firing at the same time. In a real combustion engine, you never intentionally fire 2 pistons at the same time. And what's cool is that the order that the pistons fire give the engine its telltale sound. For example, this is the pattern of a cross-plate V8 engine. The firing order between the left and right side aren't even, so you get the trademark V8 burble, or kind of a bubbling sound. But this is the pattern of a flat-plate V8 engine.
resilience of the human spirit. Society collapses. Individuals are pushed to their limits, facing both external threats and internal conflicts. McKinney's storytelling delves into the complexities of human nature and the struggle to maintain hope in the darkest of times. Get ready for an intense journey through a world where every moment counts. Let's begin. Chapter 1. There's an empty parking lot near where I used to go to fight with my wife. Most district cops have some hidden little spot where they go to escape all the crap that comes with working patrol. And that parking lot was mine. From there, I was pretty much invisible. Could still make almost any call in my district in less than 5 minutes. My wife April and I were going at it at least once a week back then. When she'd call with that pissed off tone in her voice that said I was in for a long one, I'd head straight for Seafarer and Rude. There, I'd pull under the canopy of an enormous oak tree near the back of the lot and hunker down for an earful of whatever I'd done wrong. I used to watch the curves of its trunk and branches while she yelled at me. And even now, when she grows impatient with some little thing I've done, and the old familiar tone creeps back into her voice, I think of the dry, dusty smell of oak. 6 months before that, she'd given birth to a beautiful baby boy, our first. We named him Andrew James Hudson, after his grandfather. That little guy changed my world. After he was born, I'd tell anybody who'd listen that being his daddy was what I was put on this earth to do. And hardships are only good for 6 months.
African elephant towers overall, reaching heights of up to 13 feet.
This is one.
Tanglewood Publishing presents Ashfall by Mike Mullen. Read by Kirby Hayborn. Chapter 1. Civilization exists by geological consent, subject to change without notice. Will Durant. I was home alone on that Friday evening. Those who survive know exactly which Friday I mean. Everyone remembers where they were and what they were doing, in the same way my parents remember 9/11, but more so. Together, we lost the old world, slipping from that cocoon of mechanized comfort into the hellish land we inhabit now. The pre-Friday world of school, cell phones, and refrigerators dissolved into this post-Friday world of ash, darkness, and hunger. But that Friday was pretty normal at first. I argued with Mom again after school. That was normal too. We fought constantly. The topics were legion: my poor study habits, my video games, my underwear on the bathroom floor, whatever. I remember a lot of those arguments. That Friday, they only fueled my rage. Now they're little jewels of memory I hoard, hard and sharp under my skin. Now I'd sell my right arm to a cannibal to argue with Mom again. Our last argument was over Warren, Illinois. My uncle and his family lived there, on a tiny farm near Apple River Canyon State Park. Mom had decided we'd visit their farm that weekend. When she announced this malodorous plan over dinner on Wednesday, my bratty little sister, Rebecca, almost bounced out of her chair in delight. Dad responded with his usual benign lack of interest, mumbling something like, "Sounds nice, honey." I said I would not be going, sparking an argument that continued right up until they left without me on that Friday afternoon. The last thing Mom said to me was, "Alex, why do you have to fight me on
hassles me anymore. I suppose by now those belts are burnt or buried in ash. Most likely both. Anyway, I turned on my computer and stared at the cover of my trigonometry textbook while I waited for the computer to boot up. I used to think that teachers who gave homework on weekends should be forced to grade papers for an eternity in hell. Now that I have a sense of what hell might be like, I don't think grading papers forever would be that bad. As soon as Windows started, I pushed the trick book aside and loaded up World of Warcraft. I figured there'd be enough time to do my homework Sunday night. None of my friends were online, so I flew my character to the Storm Peaks to work on daily quests and farm some gold. WoW used to hold my interest the way little else could. The daily quests were just challenging enough to keep my mind occupied, despite the fact that I'd done them dozens of times. Even gold farming, by far the most boring activity, brought the satisfaction of earning coin, making my character more powerful, achieving something. Every now and then I had to remind myself that it was all only ones and zeros in a computer in Los Angeles, or I might have gotten truly addicted. I wonder if anyone will ever play World of Warcraft again. 3 hours later, and over 1,000 gold richer, I got the first hint that this would not be a normal Friday evening. There was a rumble, almost too low to hear, and the house shook a little. An earthquake, maybe, although we never have earthquakes in Iowa. The power went out. I stood to open the curtains. I thought there might be enough light to read by, at least for a while. Then it happened. I heard a cracking noise, like the sound the hackberry tree in our backyard had made when Dad cut it down last year, but louder. A force. Wall on the far side of the room, and the desk slid across the floor toward me. Myself into a ball, hands over the back of my neck, praying my desk wouldn't crush me. It rolled, painfully clipped my right shoulder, and came to rest above me, forming a small triangular space between the floor and wall. I heard another crash, and everything shook violently for a second. I'd seen those stupid movies where the hero gets tossed around like a rag doll and then springs up, unhurt and ready to fight off the bad guys. If I were the star in one of those, I suppose I would have jumped up, thrown the desk aside, and leapt to battle whatever malevolent god had struck my house. I hate to disappoint, but I just lay there, curled in a ball, shaking in pure terror. It was too dark under the desk to see anything beyond my sneeze. I lay in that triangular cave for a minute, maybe longer. My body mostly quit shaking, and the ringing in my ears began to fade. I poked my right shoulder gingerly. It felt swollen, and touching it hurt. I could move the arm a little, so I figured it wasn't broken. I might have lain there longer checking my injuries, but I smelled something burning. That whiff of smoke was enough to transform my sit here trembling terror into get the hell out of here terror. There was enough room under the desk to unball myself, but I couldn't stretch out. Ahead, I felt a few hollow spaces amidst a pile of loose books. I'd landed wedged against my bookcase. I shoved it experimentally with my good arm. It wasn't going anywhere.
The burning smell intensified. I slapped my left hand against the desk above me and pushed upward. I'd moved that heavy desk around by myself before, no problem. But now, when I really needed to move it, nothing. It wouldn't shift even a fraction of an inch. That left trying to escape in the direction my feet pointed. But I couldn't straighten my legs. They bumped against something just past the edge of the desk. I planted my feet on the obstacle and pushed. It shifted a little. Encouraged, I stretched my good arm through the shelves, placing my hand against the back of the bookcase.
well, for that matter, he suddenly becomes very unreal. He becomes very idealistic. And then he puts ideals such as human rights above everything else. Now, I'm not suggesting that the US does not play dirty at times. I'm not saying the US is always the good guy, especially when we can find many examples of US putting its strategic interest before its own ideals of democracy and human rights, etc. But the key point he always undermines is that countries have ideals, and based on those ideals, they project their power. So I'm going to play you a video where as its own civilian casualties for the said reasons. First of all, that Israel has a right to defend against Hezbollah.
Sure, who would disagree with that?
So, in terms of what they've been doing in the last week, does that all fall under a reasonable self-defense?
The question you really want to ask yourself is, where does this all lead? The fact is the Israelis have a huge problem here, and that is that as long as they continue the war, because Hezbollah has said that it will continue to fire rockets into northern Israel. And Israel has no intention of ending the war in Gaza. And as a result, Hezbollah has no intention of ending the firing of rockets and missiles into northern Israel. And the Israelis...
So we basically are a deadlock here, and no other country would actually change its military objectives because of a threat from an entity that is recognized by the international community as a terrorist organization, which is Hezbollah. So why should we expect Israel to surrender to a terrorist organization when the US and most Western countries say that we don't negotiate with terrorists?
They want to do something about this because approximately 60,000 people have been displaced from the northern part of Israel to the central part. And the Israelis want to move them back because this has all sorts of economic consequences. And more generally, they want to deal with the Hezbollah problem once and for all. So the question is, how do they do that? And they don't want to invade. That's quite clear. And absent invading Lebanon, what they're trying to do is massively punish Hezbollah and Lebanon and get them to throw up their hands. This is a coercion strategy. And you have to ask yourself, what do you think the Israelis are capable of?
Terrorists inside Gaza. There was no other way. And now, by extension, Hezbollah asked its fighters on the northern Israeli border, and they held a gun to Israel's head and said that let go of Hamas, or else we're going to invade your country. No country would take that. Why do people like John Mearsheimer expect Israel to do things they would not expect America or Britain or France or Germany to do?
Attack that they launched on electronic devices, pagers, walkie-talkies, and so on, which appeared to impact on 3,000 or more members of Hezbollah, along with some civilians who were killed in the process. There's a big debate about whether that was lawful. The law is quite complex in that regard, in the sense that, for want of a better phrase, booby-trapping people through electronic devices, if you can't guarantee that they are enemy combatants but could also impact on civilians, then that could be a breach of international law. That could be a war crime. What do you think of that?
I think it was a war crime. I think that it was an indiscriminate way of attacking Lebanon or attacking Hezbollah. They had to know that lots of civilians were going to have those pagers and would be made.
When we go into combatant to civilian ratio, this is probably the best carried out attack by Israel. Better than, say, US's war in Afghanistan, US's war in Iraq. Yes, there were civilian casualties, and as Piers Morgan rightly pointed out, that the law is actually complex. These people use the word indiscriminate as though it's a magic word. No matter which military operation you carry out, when bullets are flying, bullets don't ask, hey, are you a terrorist or you're a civilian? Bullets don't ask that. Even when the US went into Pakistan to take out Osama bin Laden, had 3 wives and multiple children with him at that point. Luckily, nobody died, I believe, apart from Osama bin Laden's bodyguards and Osama bin Laden himself. But when bullets were flying, it is quite possible some non-enemy combatant would have died as well. And then would John Mearsheimer have called this indiscriminate firing or indiscriminate bombings? This is a very dishonest way of putting things into perspective.
Well, it doesn't give a damn about what Israeli civilians it kills when it launches its rockets. So what's the difference?
Israel doesn't give a damn either about killing Palestinians in Gaza or killing civilians in Lebanon.
This is what makes me pull my hair out. They falsely put Israel in the same category as Hezbollah and Hamas. Did Hamas forewarn Israel that we're going to carry out this attack on 7th of October, so move your civilians from the region? No. Israel drops leaflets, Israel calls, Israel drops text messages before it bombs a region where it believes rockets have been fired from. Israel loses the element of surprise and now did not forewarn Pakistan when it went into Pakistan and killed Osama bin Laden because the risk of leak was too high. But Israel does way more than the United States when it comes to minimizing civilian casualties. The only reason why we see a lot of civilian casualties is because Hamas wants more civilians to die, so it can pressure the West through public opinion to withdraw its support of Israel. As simple as that. Now, Hezbollah has fired 8,000 rockets since 8th of October 2023. Does Hezbollah forewarn Israel that, hey, we're about to throw some rockets into Israel, so you move your civilians out of the way? But on the other hand, Benjamin Netanyahu went on TV and he told them that our war is not with Lebanese civilians, it's with Hezbollah. And still, Israel carries out highly precision attacks, which are much more expensive than Hezbollah's cheap rockets that just go everywhere. They just land into parking lots, people's garages, empty, vacant fields. The other day, one of Hezbollah's rockets killed like 300 cows or something. Is Israel going to waste a multi-million-dollar missile on killing Lebanese cows? John Mearsheimer could have actually said that Israel is not Hamas or Hezbollah. Israel cannot behave like Hamas or Hezbollah. That's what John Mearsheimer should have said. But he didn't say that because John Mearsheimer is prejudiced against Israel. His mind didn't even go to saying that, hey, hang on a second, Israel is supposed to behave within the international rules-based order, or is supposed to comply with international law. But he just went, oh, hang on a second, Hezbollah and Hamas don't care about Israeli civilians, and Israel doesn't care about Lebanese or Palestinian civilians. That just shows you how prejudiced he is.
The idea that Israel is going to great lengths not to kill civilians, and Hezbollah and Hamas are not doing that is just not a serious argument. All you have to do is look at all the civilians that the Israelis have killed, both in Lebanon and in Gaza, and many more Palestinian civilians and Lebanese civilians have been killed than Israeli civilians. It's not even close.
So he says it's not a serious argument when what he's presenting is actually not a serious argument. Fight is not for civilians, it's not Israel's fault. And that's the reason why we have more Palestinian casualties than Israeli casualties. But he totally ignores that point. He doesn't care about that.
True, but you could use the same argument as Israelis have done, that in World War II, nobody questioned the volume of civilian casualties when the Allies went after the Nazis, for example, when we were carpet bombing cities and so on. When people use that analogy, what do you say to them?
Your argument is that because atrocities have been committed by the Allies in the past, there's nothing wrong with Israel murdering huge numbers of civilians in Gaza.
Well, that's not my argument. No, it's an argument. Well, to be clear, it's not my argument. It's an argument I hear a lot from the Israeli side, which is, why are you lecturing us when our ratio of combatants, terrorists, to them
civilians or 20,000 civilians, or we should cut off at 2 to 1 or 1.5 to 1 or 3 to 1, whatever. But he has nothing to go by. He just is prejudiced against Israel. So he's saying civilian to enemy combatant ratio don't matter. There are only two arguments: intent versus body bags. The only way to measure that is to see how reckless you are or how vigilant you are in trying to keep the civilian casualties down. In the case of the pager attack, it's 0.2 civilians per one enemy combatant. That's very good. I would take it. But now he's suddenly not concerned about the loss of civilian life. Shouldn't he be saying, oh, okay, at least not as many civilians are dying as have died previously in Israel's war on Gaza? He doesn't care. is not just losing territory. Existential threat can be economical, political, and also the national morale of its civilians. And repeated terrorist attacks, they damage your economy, they damage your society's morale, and they also damage you politically.
There is no way that killing 1,200 Israelis represents an existential threat. There's no way that Hamas.
Yes, it doesn't even make a little dent to Israeli population, but that's not how we look at things. The only way to ensure that this doesn't happen again is to go after the enemy. There's a military saying that goes something like, don't shoot the arrow, shoot the archer. And this is a part of every military's doctrine. But John Mearsheimer does not want to extend that to Ukraine and to Israel. He doesn't want to do it. This is a double standard. Again, I think it's driven by his cynicism in how international relations work. If Israel does not go after Hamas and Hezbollah, then there is no guarantee that what happened on October the 7th, 2023 is not going to happen again. It's as simple as that. The reason the United States went into Afghanistan to destroy the Taliban and Al-Qaeda was to prevent another 9/11. Had America not done that, there could have been 2 more 9/11s by now.
He talks about defeating Hamas in Gaza, and he's not defeated Hamas in Gaza. He's not going to defeat Hamas, and he has not defeated Hezbollah in Lebanon, and he is not going to defeat them no matter what he does in the future.
Yeah, that's what a political leader has to say. Nobody says that, oh, look, we're just going to kill a few Hamas's soldiers, and in the process, we're going to kill a few civilians, and that's it. Party's over. We have avenged 1,200 Jews or Israelis who died on October the 7th. That's not how the world works. Is he supposed to be a realist? The United States also went into Afghanistan saying that we're going to dismantle the Taliban and we're going to dismantle Al-Qaeda terrorist network in Afghanistan. The US went into Iraq saying that we're going to overthrow this mad dictator, Saddam Hussein. Yes, they were successful in overthrowing Saddam Hussein. They were successful in destroying Al-Qaeda. They were also successful in killing the top leadership of the Taliban who were harboring Osama bin Laden. But the Taliban 2.0 came back. I don't know how you want to take it. So Israel's goal was always, first and foremost, to minimize the threat of terror from Gaza. That was goal. World knows, because he's got this extreme prejudice against the state of Israel, he would always believe things that are anti-Israel or that show Israel in a negative light. He would always believe those things. Now, I would only go by the facts that are presented to us. The fact is that Israel does not hold any territorial claims over the West Bank and Gaza. When that happens, fine, I'll believe it. These guys have been telling us for the last 12 months.
You want to remember what happened on October 7th was not the first instance of the Palestinians rising up.
Palestinians rising up. See, when he said that, you can't blame them. Now he's saying Palestinians are rising up. Usually he's very careful with his words. He initially condemned the war. What happened on October the 7th was horrible. Yeah, but his mask just fell off. He first said, I can't blame the Palestinians for thinking like that or for doing what they did. And now he's saying Palestinians rising up. This October the 7th was not the first time Palestinians rose up.
First intifada in the late 1980s. There was the second intifada in 2000, and there'll be more intifadas.
Second intifada. The second intifada was suicide bombs going off in schools, at bus stops. I remember those days. Horrible. It was horrible. It was pure and simple terrorism. That's not a legitimate movement for liberty. This is not a legitimate movement. But it is a legitimate movement when it comes to killing Jews. I'm sorry, I have to say this. I don't blame the Jews when they say there is anti-Semitism. It has to be anti-Semitism. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope this video is not too long or boring. Until next time, ta-da.
Or the Lord without equal. As with many aspects of folkloric history, it's possible that Pachacuti's achievements have been exaggerated. Mythical retellings of history naturally tend towards what's called the great man theory of history. Simply put, it just makes a better story to imagine that one hero is responsible for the construction of an empire. It's possible that Inca expansion should actually be credited to the reign of several kings, and with various less glamorous economic and social developments. But whether this is true or not, Pachacuti's name would forever be inscribed in the great poet king of the Inca died around the year 1471. And on his deathbed, he is said to have uttered the following lament.
I was born as a lily in the garden, and like the lily I grew. As my age advanced, I became old and had to die, and so I withered and died.
The son of Pachacuti, a man named Topa Inca, followed in his father's footsteps to expand the empire even further, until only one true rival existed in the region. Sank to the bottom of the ocean with stones tied to their feet, holding their breath for minutes at a time beneath the waves. Whole sections of the Chimu city of Chan Chan were given over to the industry of shell production, where the mollusks were cleaned out Look in its golden age.
On top of a hill, part of this wall, there were stones so large and thick that it seemed impossible that human hands could have set them in place.
They were so close together and so well fitted that the point of a pin could not have been inserted in one of the joints. The whole fortress was built up in terraces and flat spaces.
The estimated volume of stone used in its construction is over 6,000 cubic meters. Estimates for the weight of the largest andesite block go as high as 200 tons, or about 100 times the weight of the average stone used. Or squares, no workshops or places of business. It was forbidden for foreigners and commoners to stay in the city overnight, and it was home purely to the temples and priests, as well as the king in his palace and the officials of the empire. At its heart was the Coricancha, or the Golden Enclosure, what the Spanish would refer to later as the Temple of the Sun. This was the spiritual and ceremonial heart of the empire, and during the most important rituals, the mummified remains of dead emperors would be brought out into the main square, where crowds of thousands would come to see them. The chronicler Pedro de Cieza de Leon recorded the magnificence of the Coricancha's appearance, based on the evidence given to him by Cusco's surviving Inca princes, and the few remaining eyewitnesses who had seen the temple in its glory days.
Its circumference is some 400 paces, surrounded by a high wall of the finest masonry and precision. In all Spain, I have not seen anything to compare to these walls, nor the placement of their stones. The stone is somewhat black in color, rough, yet excellently cut. At mid-height runs a band of gold, of some 17 inches in width and 2 in depth. The doors and arches are also embossed with sheets of this metal. In one of these houses, the grandest of all, was the figure of the sun, of great size and made of gold, and encased with precious stones. There also were placed the mummies of the Incas, who had reigned in Cuzco, each surrounded by a great quantity of treasure.
From its seat at Cusco, the Inca Empire expanded until it encompassed a truly vast expanse of territory, and ruled over as many as 12 million people. This enormous swathe of land was nearly 10 times the size of the Aztec Empire in Mexico, with twice the estimated population. At 2 million square kilometers, it covered a landmass equal to the Western Roman Empire in Europe and the Qin Empire in China. It reached as far north as the jungles of southern Colombia and stretched south over barren coastal desert and snowy mountains to about 100 kilometers south of Santiago in central Chile. It was actually one of the few empires in history to ever stretch so far from north to south. Most powers stretch horizontally, from east to west, in the same direction as the planet's rotation, and the reasons for that aren't hard to see. Most cultures prefer not to go too far outside the climate they're used to. In the northern hemisphere, that means if you go north, things get colder and darker, and as you go south, things get hotter. But going east or west doesn't tend to change the climate all that much. But the Inca bucked that trend. Their empire stretches from north to south for an astonishing 4,000 kilometers, or about a tenth of the way around the globe. In Europe, this is enough to stretch from the snowy tundra down to the baking desert sands of the western Sahara. In North America, this will get you from Canada's Hudson Bay, where polar bears wander across the frozen waters, down to the balmy beaches of Jamaica. But in the Andes, it's the mountains themselves that form the largest consistent environment. And it's across these that the empire of the Inca spread. The Inca were deeply suspicious of the Amazon rainforest and the foothills that descended down into it. They called this region Rupa Rupa, meaning hot, hot, which gives you a sense of how they felt about it. The hills that looked out over the forests are known as the eyebrow of the jungle, jutting out as they do over the cloud forest below. The Inca tended to keep well clear of the rainforest's dark, shady depths. They traded with its people for brightly colored macaw feathers, and on a number of occasions seem to have attempted to spread their empire down into the forest with military power. But what little information we have about these expeditions tells us that they invariably met with disaster. But the Inca were fascinated by this place, by the exotic animals and plants that flourished in the Amazon basin. The jaguars, snakes, and tropical birds of the jungle appear constantly in Inca art, high up in their mountains. The Inca economy is one of the most fascinating aspects of their society. To the extent that we can fit its structure into modern definitions, many have described it as an early example of state socialism, or even communism. As far as we can tell, the idea of private property didn't exist in Inca society, and they progressed on the basis of shared ownership of assets, resources, and the means of production. When an Inca couple got married, they were given a house and a plot of land by the state, which they would use to produce enough food to support themselves. The state provided them with Each family was also provided with 2 llamas, which were good for transportation and wool. Contributed directly with labor, agreeing to perform a service known as miktar whenever called upon. This would involve laboring on a construction project for part of the year, or working in a particular workshop, making cloth or pottery, say. If they were a fast runner, their service might be to work as a message carrier on the roads, or if they were strong and able-bodied, to fight in the army. While performing this work, all food and accommodation was provided by the state. Inca nobles were exempt from this labor tax, and also any officials who were responsible for more than 100 people. Other than food and water, cloth was perhaps the most important resource in the Andes. It was crucial for clothing, of course, but was also needed for making containers to store and transport food. The bulk of this textile manufacture was done by women, who were provided with all the raw materials involved in spinning, dyeing, weaving, and plaiting to produce thread, cloth, and rope. Andean society required millions of meters of thread, and the women of this region would have gone about the streets with their drop spindles, devices that allowed them to spin while walking around and taking care of their other duties. The hierarchy of this society was rigidly enforced, and peasants had little independence or power. The authorities even conducted inspections of people's homes to ensure that commoners did not own any gold or silver, have any valuable clothing, or keep more than 10 animals. This entire system of organized labor was centrally planned from Cusco, and quite remarkably, with its sprawling territory, its well-oiled, centrally coordinated economy, and its state-of-the-art road network, the Inca Empire was now at the height of its power and confidence. But events were already brewing in the wider world that would soon bring them into contact with powers far outside their past experience, and which would ultimately lead to the wholesale collapse and disintegration of their entire society. If we were to soar session, the Inca king at the time, a man named Huayna, was returning to the city at the head of a massive army, after conquering a fierce people known as the Chachapoyas in the cloud forests to the north. The chronicler Cieza de Leon recalls what a royal procession of this period looked like.
Round the litter marched the king's guard with the archers and halberdiers, and in front went 5,000 slingers, while in the rear there were lancers with their captains. On the flanks of the road, and on the road itself, there were faithful runners, who kept a lookout and announced the approach of the Lord. So many people came out to see him pass that the hillsides were covered, and they all blessed their sovereign, raising a great cry and shouting.
But the army was not in a mood of celebration. In fact, all the soldiers, even the king himself, were weeping. Their faces were painted black. That's because the emperor's mother, the Empress Mama Oclo, of the Caribbean had begun. But the ancient holy city of Jerusalem had also fallen to a new rising power, the Ottoman Empire. The ancient Christian capital of Constantinople had fallen only decades before, with Ottoman influence now growing in Eastern Europe. Far from bringing good Christian morals to the New World, settlers like Columbus had become notorious for their use of slavery and torture, refusing to baptize local people in order to justify their continued enslavement. The Pope at the time, Alexander VI, was a member of the powerful Borgia noble family and was infamous for fathering several children by various mistresses. Dark, momentous things seemed to be happening in the world, and people became obsessed with one passage in the book of Revelations that referred to the end of the world coming at the half time after the time. This was believed to refer to a millennium and a half since the date of the Nativity. To mark the occasion, in the year 1500, the painter Botticelli painted a grand artwork showing the nativity scene being attended by angels, and included the following apocalyptic inscription in Greek above it.
This picture, at the end of the year 1500, in the troubles of Italy, I, Alessandro, in the half-time after the time, painted, according to the 11th chapter of St. John, in the second woe of the apocalypse, during the release of the devil, for 3.5 years.
present-day Chile and Argentina. He soon became hell-bent on subjugating the tropical northern territory of what is now Ecuador and Colombia. These wars in the jungle were bitter and difficult, a quagmire that must have sapped the energy and strength of the empire. The terrain here was difficult, covered in dense forest and mangrove swamps, and the Inca soldiers were not used to the climate. But Huayna Capac refused to give in. He spent as much as 10 years waging his war in the north, and all this time his messengers would have traveled back and forth along the long Inca road network, carrying orders from the king and bringing back news from his administrators in Cusco. This constant warfare must have become a daily fact of life in the empire that everyone simply grew to accept. Many young people in Cusco would not have remembered a time when the king had resided in the capital, or when the empire had known peace. We don't know for sure, but while leading his armies through the forests of Colombia, it's possible that the Inca Huayna Capac may have heard rumors. Rumors of a strange and mysterious power growing even further to the north. Strangers who had arrived by boat and who brought a wave of destruction in their wake. Whole villages were being wiped out, laid low by some mysterious force. Perhaps Huayna Capac dismissed these rumors at first. That is, until one day he began to develop a fever, the likes of which the Inca had never encountered before. His condition rapidly deteriorated, and in the year 1527, the Sapa Inca Huayna Capac, the emperor of all the Andes, died suddenly of this mysterious disease, in the jungle 1,000 miles from home. And perhaps it's on his deathbed that those rumors came back to him, about the strangers who had been sighted far in the north. One Inca chronicler, Garcilaso Inca de la Vega, recorded what were supposedly the dying words of King Huayna Capac that take the form of a prophecy of doom.
Our Father the Sun has revealed to me that after the reign of 12 Incas, his own children, there will appear in our country an unknown race of men who will subdue our empire. I think that the people who came recently to our own shores are the ones referred to. The reign of the 12 Incas ends with me. I can therefore certify to you that these people will return shortly after I have left you, and that they will accomplish what our Father the Sun predicted they would.
Whether or not these were actually his dying words, they certainly show the apocalyptic mood that had begun to sink in among the snowy peaks and deep valleys of the Andes Mountains. Within a few weeks, the emperor's mummified body began its 2,000-kilometer journey south to Cusco. His lords carried him on a throne, bound tightly in white cloth. The procession traveled along the great Chinchasuyo road that separated the coastal plains and the towering mountains above. A caravan of lords and warriors, porters and llamas, slowly climbing up through the terraced roads and canyon valleys. While the king had been away, the plague had reached the capital city and killed countless numbers of its citizens, along with many lords and officials. The entire empire was reeling from the destruction, and bodies must have piled up in the streets, with hardly enough people left to carry them away. In some areas, as many as 9 out of every 10 people died. In one moment of lucidity during his fever, the Emperor Huayna Capac had chosen his son, Ninan Kuyusi, to ascend the throne as the next Sapa Inca, but this was to be an ill-fated choice. Ninan Kuyusi was an infant, and he died only days after his father, possibly of the same disease. The empire was without a ruler, and now multiple claimants to the throne were gathering their armies. Within a year, the Inca realm would be torn by a civil war that would result in the deaths of tens of thousands of its people and the sacking of many of its cities. While diseases like the one that had felled their emperor were only just beginning their spread around every town and city in the mountains. Before the Inca had even set eyes on a single European, the contact of the two worlds had unleashed chaos. Back in the traditional capital of Cusco, one of Huayna Capac's sons, named Huascar, declared himself the rightful ruler. But in the rebellious northern region of Quito, another of his sons was in charge of a sizable army. This man's name was Atahualpa, and it's in his hands that the Inca Empire would finally crumble into ash and flame. In his work, A True Relation of the Conquest of Peru, the eyewitness Francisco Lopez de Jerez gives the following description of the Inca prince Atahualpa.
Atahualpa was a man of some 30 years of age, of fine appearance and disposition, somewhat stocky, his face imposing, beautiful and ferocious, his eyes bloodshot.
Atahualpa was a fierce and tenacious battlefield commander who led the battle-hardened troops that had been fighting in the jungle war in the north. Ignoring his older brother Huascar's claim to the throne, he declared himself the rightful ruler of the northern region of Quito. The Inca Empire had now effectively been divided in two, and a tense stalemate emerged that would last for 5 years. Huascar, ruling from the old city of Cusco, a mild and gentle temper. But Atahualpa was of a very different temperament. As the historian W.H. Prescott recalls,
warlike, ambitious and daring, he was constantly engaged in enterprises for the enlargement of his own territory. His restless spirit excited some alarm at the court of Cusco.
Before long, the land was once again plunged into war. It's said that Atahualpa was captured early on and placed in a wooden cage, but he managed to escape and return to his armies. His soldiers were battle-tested, and they were also remorseless and brutal in their tactics. reputation as a woodsman and a fierce fighter of native people. Pizarro had a character that was well suited to the brutal world of the Spanish colonies. He earned a considerable fortune as a slaver, a plantation owner, and a trader. In the New World, Pizarro achieved a level of wealth and status that would have been impossible in Spain, where the entrenched class system meant he would always be treated as a peasant. The New World suited him. He seems to have fostered no desire to ever return to his homeland, and instead spent his days surrounded by slave women and all the trappings of wealth in the New World. But it's clear there was also something of an itch in him that his life there couldn't quite scratch. It seems he wanted not just to be wealthy and comfortable, but to be respected, even feared. He wanted an achievement that he could throw in the faces of all those nobles back home who once would have looked down on him from such a height. But all of Pizarro's early attempts at adventuring would meet with disastrous failure. He set off on a number of different expeditions into the New World, among them one led by the Spaniard Alonso de Ojeda, who set up a colony in what is today Colombia and Venezuela. Pizarro was paid no wage for the expedition, instead being promised a percentage of the total treasure that the expedition brought back. But Ojeda's expedition was poorly managed. The colony of San Sebastian that they founded was built in a low-lying, swampy region, beset with mosquitoes and disease. These were the same conditions that had caused the Inca armies of the Emperor Huayna Capac such difficulties. The indigenous people here regularly shot at the Spanish with arrows dipped in poison, and the colony offered no wealth, no gold or silver, and barely supported the meager existence of its colonists. San Sebastian was eventually abandoned, and Pizarro soon discovered that it's not much use having a percentage of the expedition's earnings if its earnings are roughly zero. Disconsolate but not discouraged, he soon departed for Colombia, and from there joined the explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa and sailed to modern-day Panama. Although the Spanish didn't know it yet, this was the thinnest point of the American continent. Here, the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans are only 50 kilometers apart, and it's at this crossing point between the oceans that the destiny of Pizarro and the fate of the Inca would be sealed. Balboa and Pizarro set about the settlement of Panama with the usual destruction and enslavement that accompanied all European settlement in the New World. There they set up the colony of Tierra Firme, but still no one knew how much land existed behind the long coast of the Americas. Records in this letter to the Spanish king. They say that the people of the other are rough like the sea on this side.
I believe that there are many islands in that sea. They say that there are many large pearls, and that the chiefs have baskets of them.
In one version of the story, the chief Camogre's son is said to have burst out in a rage when the Spanish kept demanding gold from his father and let out this fuming proclamation.
If you are so hungry for gold that you leave your lands to cause strife in those of others, I shall show you a province where you can quell this hunger.
The idea of a mythical city of gold lying just beyond the horizon was a common theme of the Spanish settlement of the Americas. The king of this place became known as El Hombre Dorado, or El Rey Dorado, the Golden Man or King. This was a mythical character who was supposed to bathe himself in gold dust. And over time, the legends became more outlandish, until El Dorado went from being a man to a whole city, then a kingdom, and finally an entire empire of gold. And it's not hard to see how this piece of folklore would have emerged. Whenever native people discovered the European obsession with the precious metal gold, they would often assure them that there was plenty of gold just over the next hill, if only they would pack up and leave them in peace. Whether Comogre and his son really knew about the Inca and the gold that decorated their temples high in the Andes, or whether they were just trying to get the Spanish to move on, we can never know. But the result was the same. Balboa organized an expedition to cross the Isthmus of Panama and reach what he called the Other Sea. Pizarro was a captain of this expedition. Hacking their way through the dense jungle of the interior of Panama, thick with mangroves, vines, and strangler figs, the conquistadors nearly cooked in their armor. They were plagued by mosquitoes and disease, but finally they cut through the last bit of jungle and saw a vast body of water stretching out, boundless and blue into the horizon. The life of a conquistador in the New World was violent and ruthless. They lived largely beyond the reach of the law, and often the greatest dangers came from the other conquistadors around them. Pizarro had been Balboa's friend for many years, but when the opportunity came to betray him, he didn't hesitate. In one of the routine power struggles that took place here at the edge of the world, Pizarro was ordered to arrest Balboa. The man was later executed. For his services in this coup, Pizarro was given a swampy bit of land to call his own, and he settled down to the life of a colonial baron. He retired from soldiering, and perhaps this is where he might have stayed. That is, if it wasn't for the news that would soon come trickling down the coast from Mexico about the incredible exploits of one of his distant cousins, a man named Hernan Cortez, who had taken 600 men and with them toppled an empire. For many historians, the comparisons between Francisco Pizarro and Hernan Cortez are obvious. As we saw in episode 9, Cortez had led a tiny army and with them captured the Aztec king Moctezuma, toppling the greatest indigenous empire of Mexico. Cortez was now considered a hero in the Spanish court, and his exploits were legendary. Pizarro was a second cousin of Cortez, and 7 years older than him, and he openly admired his overachieving relation. They were both from that same hard region of Extremadura in Spain, and had both set sail to explore the New World, living in supplies. The men ate raw crabs and shellfish, as well as berries from the shore. Than a year, experiencing misfortune after misfortune, with one of their ships making regular supply runs back to Panama. But eventually, in the year 1526, they came across something they had never seen before in the Americas. It was a native boat.
himself, and said that, of course, they could return to Panama, and the choice was theirs. He had not wanted them to leave, because they would have their reward if and when they discovered a good land. As for himself, he felt that returning poor to Panama was a harder thing than staying to face death and hardship.
Pizarro shared something of Cortez's passion for dramatics.
Each man, what best becomes a brave Spaniard? For my part, I go south.
Most of Pizarro's men were not won over by this piece of oratory. Only 13 men stepped over the line, but it was enough for his journey to continue. In the year 1528, Pizarro reached the Incan town of Tumbes, today located on the border between Ecuador and Peru. And here, finally, was evidence of the wealthy empire he had been promised. Tumbes was a magnificent port city. The old Inca king Tupac Yupanqui had built a strong fortress there, along with a fine temple staffed with 500 virgins who served the sun god. The town was well supplied with water from several aqueducts, and the historian W.H. Prescott recalls the reaction of the Spanish to this sight.
The Spaniards were nearly mad with joy at receiving these brilliant tidings of the Peruvian city. All their fond dreams were now to be realized, and they had at length reached the realm, which had so long fitted in visionary splendor before them.
The people of Tumbes received Pizarro and his men politely and graciously. The people of Tumbes even gave Pizarro 2 boys, who he took with him back to Panama and taught to speak Spanish. He would use them as translators throughout the following years, and all of this was very convenient for Pizarro, and played directly into his plans, as the chronicler Naaro recalls. coastal hamlets. Everywhere he went, the people told him that they were part of a great empire, whose capital lay far up in the high mountains. They told him stories of the glittering city of gold, where the great emperor Atahualpa ruled. They saw the enormous networks of aqueducts that made even the coastal deserts bloom, and the well-maintained roads linking the settlements. Pizarro now felt that he had evidence enough to confirm the rumors, but his tiny force had no hope of making anything of his discovery. He returned to Panama and began to prepare for another final voyage. The death of the Emperor Huayna Capac, along with the spreading plague that had brought such desolation. The Waro Chiri manuscript recalls the opportunistic struggle of this time with a note of disdain.
After Huayna Capac had died, people scrambled for political power, each saying to their others, "Me first, me first." It was while they were carrying on this way that the Spanish appeared.
The Inca ruler and chronicler named Taitu Cusi, who had been a boy at the time of the invasion, recounted his memories of that time in a remarkable document almost 30 years later. In it, he recalls the shock and confusion that the arrival of the Spanish caused as messengers burst into his father's palace with the news.
They reported having observed that certain people had arrived in their land, people who were very different from us in custom and dress. When my father heard this, he was beside himself and said, "How dare those people intrude into my country without my authorization and permission? Who are these people and what are their ways?" The messengers answered, "They claim to have come by the wind. They are bearded people, very beautiful and white. They eat out of silver plates. Even their sheep, who carry them, are large and wear silver shoes. They throw thunder like the sky."
Taitu Cusi even captures what it was like to see the Spaniards reading for the first time.
"We have witnessed with our own eyes that they talk to white cloths by themselves, and that they call some of us by our names, without having been informed by anyone, and only looking into the sheets, which they hold in front of them."
Another later chronicler, Father Bernabe Kobo, recounts similar scenes of fear and confusion.
The messengers, who were much alarmed and frightened, as by something that they had never dreamed appearance. When the asked from what part of the world they had come, he was told that the messengers only knew that the strangers traveled across the sea in large wooden houses.
To go on any more expeditions. Pizarro was frustrated. The temptation of that faraway empire stopped his progress for nearly 2 weeks, and storms ravaged their ships. But finally, he arrived back at the port town of Tumbez. What he found there astonished him. The formerly booming town was now completely abandoned. Francisco Jerez recalls the eerie sight that the Spanish found.
The town of Tumbez was destroyed. It seemed to have been an important place, judging from some edifices it contained. It had open courts and rooms, and doors for defense, and was a good fortress against Indians. The natives say that these edifices were abandoned by reason of a great pestilence, and by reason of a war.
Only 4 or 5 of the largest houses and the walls of the fortress remained standing, and these were greatly damaged and looted of all their finery. When the Spanish landed, they managed to find some locals hiding nearby, who told them that in the civil war raging over the empire, Tumbez had been loyal to King Huáscar in Cusco, and armies loyal to Atahualpa had punished them by destroying the town. Pizarro was distraught. He'd spent much of the tough voyage encouraging his men with stories of the rich town of Tumbez, and now it was nothing but a pile of rubble. He must have known that his position was precarious, and that his soldiers wouldn't remain loyal long if he couldn't show them results. He knew that the capital of a great empire lay somewhere up in the mountains, and after some time recuperating in the ruins of Tumbez, he resolved to march up into the hills and find it. Pizarro set out on the 16th of May, 1532, with a company of 187 men, made up of 62 cavalry and 102 foot soldiers, 3 artillery operators with cannons, and 20 men.
Began to say that such people were not sons of God, but that they were worse than supais, which is the name for devil.
The most likely answer is that Atahualpa was simply too busy to deal with the Spanish. He was engaged in a full-scale war for the survival of his kingdom, against his brother Huáscar in the central Andes. The chronicler Juan de Betanzos, who interviewed his Inca in-laws were very few in number, they weren't outwardly aggressive, and his only concern must have been to prevent them from intervening in the final stages of this civil war. Titu Cusi even records that Atahualpa was more interested in hunting the Europeans' horses, which he believed to be a new kind of llama.
He brought no weapons for battle or harnesses for defense, only knives and lassos for the purpose of hunting this new kind of llamas. Not concerned about the few people who had come, or interested in who they were, they brought only the knives for skinning and quartering the animals.
Atahualpa agreed to meet with the Spanish and sent an envoy of guides with instructions to lead them to a small town known as Cajamarca. This was one of the stops along Atahualpa's tour of the country, where he was already scheduled to conduct a ritual in which he presented ceremonial weapons to the local youths. Agreeing to meet the Spanish was a show of friendship, but it's clear that Atahualpa also wanted to give them a show of force. In the heart of his empire, faced with the full might of the Inca army, any aggression by these mysterious foreigners could be swiftly crushed. Atahualpa seems to have determined to make Pizarro his subject, and if that didn't work, he would kill him. But things would not go according to his plan. Pizarro and his men traveled slowly along the Inca roads, passing inland through the desert forests of the Amotape Hills, and stopping every now and then at Inca towns and storehouses. They were supported by a team of enslaved local chiefs alive, and he made an extensive use of this terror tactic throughout his campaign. Over the course of this journey, he burned dozens and maybe hundreds of men alive at the stake. And wanted to see their new emperor fall. They found out that this king Atahualpa ruled from a city called Cusco, and that he held a vast army that could easily destroy them all. From one local lord, they heard about the recent civil war. They saw the bodies of recently executed men hanging by their feet at the entrance of one town, and heard that this was a punishment for backing the losing side in this war, as Francisco Jerez recounts.
Until a year ago, all of those towns had been for the king of Cusco, the son of the old king of Cusco, until his brother, Atahualpa, rose up, and he has come conquering the land, taking great tributes and services, and every day he commits great cruelties on them.
Despite all these warnings, Pizarro decided on a course of action. He would meet this Inca king and take him prisoner. In this plan of action, Pizarro was clearly imitating his cousin, Hernan Cortés, who had effectively kidnapped the Emperor Moctezuma and used him to take control of his empire. But Cortés hadn't invented this tactic, and it was actually extremely common among all the early colonists of the Americas. Pizarro himself had a long history of hostage-taking in Nicaragua and Panama, and it was common to capture local chiefs and force their tribes to pay a ransom to get them back. If this King Atahualpa was as rich as Pizarro had heard, then the ransom to be gathered from his capture would be truly enormous. The climb into the mountains was difficult. As the roads soared higher into the rocky passes, Pizarro's horsemen had to dismount and led their horses up narrow trails so steep that in some places they had been carved into stone staircases. Higher up, the snows were an unfamiliar challenge after so many months fighting through baking tropical heat, as Francisco Jerez records.
The cold is so great on these mountains that some of the horses, accustomed to the warmth of the valleys, were frostbitten.
At one point, some food and supplies arrived for the Spanish from Atahualpa, along with his wishes that they should come to meet him soon. Finally, after weeks of traveling, the Spanish found their way to the wide valley where the town of Cajamarca stood. The bowl of the valley was surrounded by green hills, and the valley bottom was marshy, fed by the waters of 3 rivers. When Pizarro and his men finally arrived at Cajamarca, they found the army of the Emperor Atahualpa encamped in the hills outside the town, numbering anywhere between 50 to 80,000 men. These were the crack troops of the Inca, battle-hardened from their campaigns in the Civil War. They must have looked with curiosity, but also a little derision at the ragtag need to fire on top of the ceremonial temple, and now all they had to do was wait. But Atahualpa, as usual, was in no hurry. Pizarro and his men waited and waited. And then finally, as the afternoon grew late, they heard the sound of the vast Inca army drawing near. Many of the Spanish soldiers were terrified. Their lookouts announced that Atahualpa had arrived at the head of his army. But Atahualpa, for his part, made a number of bad decisions. He had originally planned to enter the city with a troop of his well-armed soldiers. But his meeting with Pizarro the previous day seems to have set his mind completely at ease. At the last minute, he elected instead to march into Cajamarca with only his ceremonial troops and servants, most of which were unarmed. Jerez recalls the colorful scene that unfolded before the Spanish as the Inca king entered the courtyard, resplendent in full ceremonial dress.
First came a squadron of Indians dressed in a livery of different colors like a chessboard. They advanced, removing the straws from the ground and sweeping the road. Next came 3 squadrons in different dresses, dancing and singing. Then came a number of men with armor, large metal plates and crowns of gold and silver. Among them was Atahualpa, in a litter lined with plumes of macaw's feathers of many colors and adorned with plates of gold and silver.
The Inca army behind them
Many other things the governor said to him. Do not take it as an insult that you've defeated and taken prisoner, for with the Christians who come with me, though so few in number, I have conquered greater kingdoms than yours, and have defeated other more powerful lords than you, imposing upon them the dominion of the emperor, whose vassal I am, and who's king of Spain and of the universal world. We come to conquer this land by his command.
What happened next has attack. Atahualpa's promise also ensured that they would stay in the relatively unimportant town of Cajamarca to wait for their gold, meaning that they couldn't march on to the more important centers of Cusco or Quito. And so Atahualpa's messengers came back and forth to him during at will, with just a few words in the right ears. The problem for Atahualpa was that others would soon learn this lesson too. His great rivals, the lords of Cusco, would soon become more confident in speaking to Pizarro and his men, and for Spanish flesh. Fatally for the Inca king, this is one outlandish rumor that Pizarro seems to have believed. Regardless of its truth, Pizarro made a rash and impulsive decision, as Francisco Jerez recalls.
Then the governor, with the concurrence of the officers of His Majesty and of the captains and persons of experience, sentenced Atahualpa to death. His sentence was that, for the treason he had committed, he should die by burning unless he became a Christian. They brought out Atahualpa to execution, and when he came into the square, he said he would become a Christian. The governor was informed and ordered him to be baptized. The governor then ordered that he should not be burnt, but that he should be fastened to a pole in the open space and strangled. This was done, and the body was left until the morning of the next day. Such was the end of this man. He died with great fortitude and without showing any feeling.
On the Inca side, the chronicler Taitu Cusi, a nephew of Atahualpa, relates these events briefly and with little color.
The Spaniard positioned his spies everywhere and ordered highest alert. Without delay, he had my uncle Atahualpa brought out of prison into the open and, without any resistance, garroted him on a pole in the middle of the square.
The Spanish never made any attempt to fortify the city against the supposed attack, or to prepare themselves for battle. Pizarro sent out a scout to determine whether any army was headed their way, but no sign of it was ever found. the Spanish dug a grave for Atahualpa and left the last emperor of the Inca to the worms. After the death of Atahualpa, the Spanish installed the first of what would be many Inca puppet emperors. One of Atahualpa's brothers, named Tupac Hualpa, but he died of European diseases in only a matter of months. Next, they crowned one of Atahualpa's brothers, a man named Manco Inca Yapanqui. He was the father of the chronicler Taitu Cusi, who we've heard a fair amount from already. He was a loyal puppet king to the Spanish for a while, but as soon as he saw his opening, he rebelled. He laid siege to the Spanish in Cusco and sent another army to attack the new capital of Lima too, resulting in the deaths of as many as 500 European settlers. He set up a rebel state in the remote jungles of Vilcabamba, where the Andes slope down into the Amazon. He destroyed an empire 10 times the size of the Aztec Empire, with about a third of the manpower, and he had done so at an enormous distance from the nearest friendly port in Panama. The writer Francisco Jerez put this achievement bluntly.
When in ancient of modern times has so great an enterprise been undertaken by so few against so many odds, and to so varied a climate and seas, and at such great distances, conquer the unknown?
The chronicler Cieza de Leon even places Pizarro on the pedestal of heroes like Alexander the Great.
Many nations have excelled others and overcome. The few have
The lives they lived would not have faded from view. As the mighty past of the Spanish is visible until now, so too would theirs be. But since things are as they are, and since nothing has been written until now, I set forth here the lives of the ancestors of the Warochiri people, who all descended from one forefather, what faith they held, how they lived from their dawning age onward. Those things and more. Village by village, it will all be written down.
A fifth of the gold that Pizarro had accumulated at Cajamarca was sent back to the Spanish crown. The rest Pizarro kept. He melted much of it down into ingots and divided it among his men. They were now richer than many of them had ever imagined possible. Some returned to Spain, while others stayed behind in Peru and established themselves as colonial lords. One chronicler wrote in ironic terms about the fate of one of these conquistadors who returned home, a man named Mancio Serra de Leguizamon, whose descent into gambling and vice was representative of the later lives of many of these soldiering adventurers.
At the time the Spaniards first entered the city of Cuzco, the gold image of the sun from its temple was taken in booty by a nobleman and conquistador by the name of Leguizamon, who I knew and was still alive when I came to Spain. He lost it in a night of gambling. Giving rise to the joke, he gambled the sun before the dawn.
Greed and corruption also crippled the colony of Peru, now referred to by its new name of New Castile. As news of Pizarro's conquest spread, Spaniards from all across the colonial Americas began to flock to Peru. In 1534, a large fleet of 12 ships arrived that was led by a man named Pedro de Alvarado. He was a feared conquistador who had joined Cortés on his conquest of Mexico. As we saw in episode 9, he was the captain who had been left behind in Tenochtitlan and who had slaughtered the Mexica people as they celebrated their festival of Toxcatl. Since then, he had developed a reputation for his cruelty. He arrived in Peru with hundreds of Spanish men and women, along with a sizable number of slaves, artillery, crossbows, and war dogs. A full party of settlers prepared to colonize this new land. He was among the first to follow in Pizarro's footsteps, but he would be far from the last. Before long, these new arrivals came into conflict, and the colony was plunged into civil war. Soon, Pizarro was fighting one of his former captains over who would rule in Cusco. The reign of the conquistadors in Peru was not the enlightened rule of the glorious crusading Christian knights that they had imagined, but resembled something like rival mafias fighting over gangland territory. These wars further devastated the land and left what remained of the monumental works of the Inca in ruins. The free Inca in the rebel city of Vilcabamba soon learned to bridge the technological divide with the Spanish, and it took them only a couple of decades. As early as 1537, the king Manco Inca defeated the Spanish at Pilcosuni, and they came into possession of modern weapons, including arquebuses, artillery, and crossbows. Just 1 year later, Manco Inca was recorded to be skilled enough to ride a horse into battle. In the early 1540s, several Spanish refugees would teach Inca warriors how to use Spanish weapons, and by the 1560s, it was recorded that many Inca had developed considerable skill in using early firearms and riding horses. But it would not be enough. The last Inca ruler to lead the free city of Vilcabamba was a man named Tupac Amaru. On June the 24th of the year 1572, a Spanish army led by veteran conquistador Martin Arturo de Arrieta made a final advance on the Incas' remote jungle capital. The city finally fell to Spanish cannons, and the Inca king Tupac Amaru fled the city. To Cusco to face a military trial with 5 of his generals. These generals were all hanged, while Tupac Amaru was sentenced to be beheaded. On the day of his execution, a scaffold was erected in front of the main cathedral in the central square of Cusco, all draped in black cloth. It's reported that between 10,000 Tupac Amaru was carried through the crowd with his arms tied behind his back. When he mounted the scaffold, accompanied by the Bishop of Cusco, the entire crowd let out a blood-curdling wail of mourning, as one eyewitness named Martin de Marua recalls.
As the magnitude of Indians, who completely filled the square, saw that sad and lamentable spectacle, and knew that their Inca and lord was about to die, they deafened the skies, making them reverberate with their cries and wailing, and their relatives, who were near, cried out with tears and sobs. Tupac Amaru reached out his hand. He gave a clap, at which all the people fell silent. This was a manifest sign of the obedience, fear, and respect that the Indians had for their Incas and lords. With just a clap, they silenced the cries and tears coming from the heart that are so difficult to hide.
Then, the emperor of the free Inca let out these final words.
Pachacamac, witness.
The 15th century helmet cocked open. He originally intended to sell the statue to Mexico as a depiction of the conqueror Hernan Cortez, but the statue was rejected. Instead, MacDonald approached the Peruvian government and sold them the same statue, saying that it could just as easily depict Pizarro. The statue was erected in the Peruvian capital of Lima in 1934. And perhaps it's a fitting piece of irony that even in death, Pizarro found himself playing the eternal second place to his younger and more refined cousin. In 2003, facing a rising swell of popular hatred towards him and a growing sense of indigenous identity in Peru, Pizarro's statue was removed from its position beside the government palace and was placed in a more obscure spot in a nearby park, where it remains to this day. Since the 19th century, a mummified body found in the Cathedral of Cusco was claimed to be the body of Francisco Pizarro, and many people came to pay their respects. But more modern analysis has shown that the body belongs to someone else. As the Inca Empire fractured and collapsed, and its ruins were built over by the Spanish, only those rare places that the Europeans couldn't reach or didn't know about were preserved. One of these was the cloud outpost of Machu Picchu. In fact, the Spanish never even heard about its existence. Sometime in the 1530s, as the Inca Empire collapsed, the people who operated it as a royal retreat or a coca plantation stopped receiving supplies from the rest of the empire. They simply left it behind to crumble into the hillside. The thatched roofs of this mountainside town would have been the first to rot and fall in, with vines and plants taking root among the eaves, putting down roots and rotting away the roof beams. As the cloud rolled in over the hills day after day, mosses and lichen would have begun to grow over the walls, and the immaculate terraces would have been completely covered in a winding growth of weeds. Little by little, the town of Machu Picchu would have disappeared beneath the shade of the trees, until nothing remained to show that it had been there at all. The site of Vilcabamba, the last fortress of the Inca, where they held out for more than 30 years against the Spanish, was also abandoned, and its location forgotten. Its walls crumbled, and silk cotton trees put their roots down between its stones. Today it's located in a place known as Espiritu Pampa, or the Plain of Ghosts. On July the 2nd, 1964, the flamboyant explorer and archaeologist Jean Savoy was the first to travel to these ruins and correctly identify it as the last Inca stronghold of Vilcabamba. Savoy writes movingly about the eerie scenes as he traversed this series of melancholy ruins, crumbling beneath the green twilight of the forest.
The Inca road we have been following comes to a halt. I have the men spread out. It is a half hour before we find the groups of buildings. The stonework is of better quality than what we have seen before. It is evident that the cut-weight limestone blocks had once fit snugly together.
When al-Baghdadi visited Giza around the year 1200, the Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world, and been a civilization that had passed through countless periods of flourishing and decay, and then finally disappeared beneath the sands of the desert. My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell the story of one of the most iconic cultures ever produced by humankind, the civilizations of Egypt's Nile Valley. I want to show how this series of related societies grew up in the floodplains of their great river and built some of the most enduring and recognizable structures in the world. I want to tell the story of how they rose, how they endured, and how they finally faded from history altogether. The story of Egypt is one of the greatest and longest epics in all of history. Many empires would consider themselves lucky to last through the reigns of 31 kings, but ancient Egypt would see the reign of 31 dynasties of kings, lasting for more than 3,000 years. In the time since, historians have long struggled with this panoply of rulers and eras, and have tried to wrestle the history of Egypt into neat categories. They typically split its history into 3 sets of dynasties, commonly known as the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. Between these are a number of intermediate periods, when the central power of its kings failed and the land divided. Throughout this history, Egypt's empire would ebb and flow, just like the great river that gave it life. That river was the greatest watercourse of the entire Afro-Eurasian landmass, the River Nile. The Nile finds its source in Lake Victoria, the largest lake in Africa. It's a body of water about the size of the US state of Georgia, or nearly the size of Ireland. The gigantic Lake Victoria drains into the river known as the White Nile, which is joined by the so-called Blue Nile further downstream at Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. From there, it flows for a further 2,000 kilometers across the Nubian and Egyptian deserts to Cairo, where it branches out into a wide delta and empties into the Mediterranean Sea. Next to the Amazon River, the Nile is either the longest or second longest river on Earth. It runs for 6,800 kilometers, or around a sixth of the way around the Earth, and its drainage basin covers a tenth of the entire landmass of Africa. Egypt itself has an extremely arid climate, and its inland territories experience virtually no rainfall. If geography had been only a little different, and Lake Victoria had not begun to drain westwards, we can only imagine how differently history might have gone. For at least the last 5,000 years, every blade of grass and every tree in the Nile Valley, Every animal and every person to ever live, every priest and every king owes their existence solely to this river. Human presence in Egypt is among the oldest in the world. After evolving in the region of East Africa, modern humans migrated primarily along this corridor, and from there spread to the rest of the world. The Nile is, in a sense, the highway down which all of humanity has once passed. As one of our first stops along our great journey, Egypt is home to human remains of astonishing antiquity. Stone tools worked by archaic humans have been discovered in Nile deposits dating to as early as 600,000 years ago, and modern Homo sapiens followed in the last 100,000 years or so. These migrations likely happened during one of the many African humid periods that have occurred over the last millions of years. These are times when shifts in the planet's climate caused rains to fall on the Sahara Desert. During these periods, the desert bloomed into a verdant grassland, home to animals and people. And when the period ended, the grasses would die, the animals would leave, and the sands would return. It's thought that this cycle has occurred more than 200 times since the desert first formed 8 million years ago. The earliest peoples in this region lived by hunting and fishing, and left behind stone tools and a multitude of rock paintings. From about the year 13,000 BC, in one of the Sahara's driest periods in history, the Sibyllian culture began gathering wild wheat and barley, and from there developed their own domesticated strains. From 9000 BC, people began to weave thread from wool, and another humid period began. One enigmatic stone circle at the desert site of Nabta Playa dates to around 7500 BC, when the Sahara was a range of rolling grasslands once more. This stone monument may have been used to mark the movements of stars at different times of the year. But this doesn't quite do it justice, since it was built at least 5,000 years before the first stones of Stonehenge were ever laid. When the last ice age ended and the Sahara once more dried up, any peoples who had been living and herding in its grasslands would have been driven out of their ancestral reaching up and down the river. But slowly, as more and more people were driven to the riverbank to survive, these began to coalesce into larger towns, cities, and finally, kingdoms. The ancient Egyptians referred to the whole region by the name the Two Lands, referring to the long Nile Valley in the south and the delta that spread out in the north, close to the sea. These were the two lands that today we call Upper and Lower Egypt. Surprisingly for a modern person who orients their maps facing north, the Egyptians thought of their world in the opposite direction. As a consequence, their word for east was the same as their word for left, and west the same as right. In the Egyptian mind, they were always facing upstream, waiting for the annual floods to arrive. If you find this confusing as we continue, Just remember that southern Upper Egypt is the region upstream, and northern Lower Egypt is downstream. For many people at this time, the lands along the riverbank would have constituted their entire world. The Egyptians referred to the river's floodplain as Kemet, or the Black Land, due to the rich dark soil left behind by its life-giving floods. This land was the realm of the noble god Horus, who had the head of a falcon, the god of life, protection, and healing. If you walked just an hour in either direction, you would soon reach what they called Deshret, or the Red Land. This was the inhospitable desert, stretching out on all sides, roasting hot, largely devoid of water and shade, and inhospitable to most life. These deserts were presided over by the god Set, the god of chaos and violence. The Nile itself they knew simply by the name Iteru, or the river, since in their The Egyptian world began in Upper Egypt, far up the reaches of the Nile, at a place now known as Aswan. Here a belt of hard granite crosses the landscape and forces the river waters into shallow whitewater rapids, running over boulders and through rocky channels called cataracts. This word comes from the Greek word kataraktes, or rushing down. Today, the waters of these cataracts have been tamed by the construction of the Aswan Dam, but in ancient times, they could be a rushing torrent. Each year, when the floodwaters passed through this rocky stretch of the river, they made such a thundering sound that the earth itself could shake, and this led the ancient Egyptians to believe that the waters were coming up from beneath the earth, bursting out of vast subterranean seas. At Aswan, they built a temple on an island in the middle of those rushing waters, and here worshipped that primeval force. The fast-flowing waters at Aswan made it a natural barrier to ships, and prevented any further exploration upriver. For this reason, for much of its early history, this was where ivory and other goods. But north of Aswan, everything was considered to be Egypt, as Herodotus records.
All the land watered by the Nile in its course was Egypt, and all who lived lower down than the city Elephantine and drank the river's water were Egyptians.
Like gemstones, copper and gold. Further north, the red cliffs fall away, and the floodplain around the river gets wider. Here, the landscape would have blushed green, and a larger population could be supported. It was in this region that the desert city of Thebes would grow up, which the Egyptians called Waset. This would one day become the most powerful city in Upper Egypt, the capital of the desert regions. The living part of an Egyptian city, its houses and markets and workshops, tended to be built on the eastern bank of the river, where the sun rises, while the western bank, where the sun set, was used only for burials and tombs. Sailing further north, you would reach the area we call Middle Egypt, and the floodplain gets wider still. This region would have been full of wildlife and vegetation. Some way to the west of the river, the waters divert and fill a large oasis known as Fayoum, which sprouts like a broad leaf from the stem of the Nile. In ancient times, this lake was home to large populations of Nile crocodile, so that the settlement on the shore would be known by the Greeks as Crocodilopolis, or Crocodile City. Here, Egyptians apparently even tamed crocodiles in their temples, as Herodotus recounts.
Now, for some of the Egyptians, the crocodiles are sacred animals. Those who dwelt about Thebes and about the lake of Moiris hold them to be most sacred, and each of these two peoples keep one crocodile selected, which has been trained to tameness. And they put hanging ornaments of stone and of gold into the ears of these, and anklets round the front feet. And they give them food appointed and victims of sacrifices, and treat them as well as possible. Lets it go into the middle of the river, while he himself upon the bank of the river has a young live pig, which he beats, and the crocodile, hearing its cries, makes for the direction of the sound. And when he is drawn out to land, first of all the hunter plasters up his eyes with mud, and having done so, he very easily gets the mastery of him. But if he does not do so, he has much trouble.
Hippopotamus, our hippopotamus.
Horse is sacred in districts of Papremis, but for the other Egyptians it is not sacred, and this is the appearance which he presents. He is four-footed, cloven-hoofed like an ox, flat-nosed, with a mane like a horse, and showing teeth like tusks, with a tail and voice like a horse, and in size as large as the largest ox. And his hide is so exceedingly thick
Beth's glad. Every jaw has held laughter.
خطف محو جاو سوسخ شنوت رديخت النمحو.
Since their lives depended so greatly on these floods, the Egyptians developed ingenious systems for measuring them. At the cataracts of Aswan, they built a series of devices known as Nileometers. These often take the form of towers with deep wells inside that allow the river to flow in, with measurements inscribed on their walls in Egyptian cubits. Each year, during the period known as the pre-dynastic era, the two halves of Egypt were divided, and this division was cultural as well as political. The desert people of southern Upper Egypt worshipped their own god, Nekhbet, who was commonly depicted as a griffin vulture, a powerful and majestic bird. These people were likely darker skinned and had more of a cultural and linguistic connection with the southern lands of Nubia and sub-Saharan Africa, their rulers sometimes even intermarrying with the royalty of southern kingdoms. Meanwhile, the people of northern Lower Egypt paid deference to the god Wadjet, usually shown as an Egyptian cobra. They had more genetic influence from North Africa and the Mediterranean, and may have been somewhat lighter skinned. The kings of southern Upper Egypt ruled while wearing a white bulbous crown, while the kings of the north wore a red crown with a spiraling representation of a cobra emanating from it. The kingdoms that ruled over these regions were always fluid, but the geographical distinction between Upper and Lower Egypt always held sway. But around the year 3000 BC, or more than 5,000 years ago, all that began to change. That was because of a king of a kingdom called Thinis. His name was Narmer. The figure of Narmer is wreathed in mystery, and what little we know about him has been pieced together from fragments of inscriptions and a few significant artifacts. Narmer was born under the personal name Menes, but chose Narmer as his Horus name, or king name, when he came to the throne of Thinis. And this name perhaps gives us some sense of his personality. That's because Narmer means something like fighting catfish. The Nile catfish that the king clearly admired is a remarkable species. It's a predatory fish, a nocturnal hunter that can grow up to 1.2 meters long, or about the size of a dolphin, and uses a form of naturally generated electricity as a weapon. Using a unique organ in its body, it can generate an electric shock of up to 350 volts that stuns its prey. In the largest catfish, this shock can be enough to stun an adult human, and the Egyptians were fascinated by this unique property. They depicted these shock and awe predators on painted wall murals, and even experimented with using the weak electrical charges of young specimens as a treatment for arthritis. We might imagine that this King Narmer of these surprise hunters, but whether it was their patience lying in wait for their enemies, the tenacity of their surprise attacks, or the shock and awe with which they stunned their prey, we may never know. Virtually the only source we have for this period is a carving known as the Narmer palette, which contains only a handful of cryptic clues. One side of this carved artifact shows King Narmer standing over a defeated enemy, gripping him by the hair in one hand and raising a mace in the other. It's a clear sign of domination. Here, Narmer is shown wearing the white, bulbous crown of his native Upper Egypt, suggesting that he bludgeoned his rivals there into submission. On the other side, the carving shows the king leading an army, while ranks of his defeated enemies lie before him. Below this, an image of a bull is shown tearing down the walls of a fortress with its horns. On this side of the carving, Narmer is wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt. From this, he set out on a campaign of conquest, and successfully brought the two lands of Egypt together. Two mythical animals carved by a word which means sacred carving, or hieroglyph. The Egyptian hieroglyphs are a mixed writing system that uses a variety of phonetic symbols, as well as a hieroglyphs emerged a little after the invention of Mesopotamia, and it's possible they were inspired by this old writing system. In Mesopotamia, we can see the gradual evolution of the cuneiform writing system from its earliest symbolic roots. But in Egypt, the earliest discovered example of hieroglyphs show the symbols springing into existence already fully formed in a complex system. This suggests that they may have been developed all at once as a conscious effort, and were perhaps even devised by a single person. The Egyptian hieroglyph for ruler known as pharaohs. The word pharaoh derives from the Egyptian word per-aa, meaning great house, and it has stuck in the popular imagination as the name used for any Egyptian ruler, partly due to its use in the Bible. But there is actually no evidence that it was used to refer to Egypt's rulers until nearly 2,000 years after Narmer's lifetime. Up until that time, throughout the first 18 dynasties of Egypt's history, its rulers were simply referred to as kings, or Neswet, and by epithets such as His Majesty. Still, the term pharaoh has gained such currency and popular usage that it's still used to refer to all the rulers of Egypt across the ages. The pharaoh in ancient Egypt mummification was expensive, and only those with wealth could afford it. Rich merchants, royal officials, and of course, the pharaoh himself. One inscription on the walls of a tomb for the pharaoh Unas gives a sense of the kinds of prayers and blessings that might have been spoken while these rituals took place. This one to the sun god Amun-Ra and the moon god Thoth.
رعبي حنا جحوتي شدنتنو ونيس حنعتنو ونمف ونمتنو.
Sun and Thoth, take Unas with you, that he may eat of what you eat of, that he may drink of what you drink of, that he may sit where you sit, that he may sail in what you sail in. The booth of Unas is plaited of reeds. The flood of Unas is in the marsh of offerings. His feast is among you, gods. The water of Unas is wine, like the sun. Unas will circumnavigate the sky like the sun. Unas shall course the sky.
مير رام خنس ونيس بت مير جحوتي.
Upon coming to the throne of the newly united Egypt, King Narmer built a new capital, perfectly placed at the balance of the two lands, where the river met the delta. This city would become known as Inebu Hedge, or the City of White Walls. once a pharaoh was dead, for this reason, pyramids usually had to be completed, at the very least within 30 years. Only the kings with the longest and most stable reigns would ever live to see the final capstone placed. Serious crimes. But slaves were industries like mining. Others were a mixture of professional artisans and laboring peasants who worked in exchange for rations. The life of an Egyptian farmer was dictated by the coming and going of the annual floods, and there were only a few times of year when they could be meaningfully employed in the fields. For the rest of the time, they would have leased out their services to construction projects, the digging of canals and other public works, and the construction of pyramids. While they labored for the king, these workers drank beer 3 times a day and ate meat regularly. They toiled in 3-month shifts and were divided into teams of 20 men. The discovery of their graffiti, hidden on the inward-facing sides of some stone blocks in the pyramids, shows that they gave themselves playful and boisterous team names, some of which have been recorded.
The Friends of Khufu.
The Vigorous Gang.
The followers of the powerful White Crown of Khufu.
Those who know the Pharaoh.
The Drunkards of Menkore.
It seems their supervisors fostered a sense of team pride and healthy competition, perhaps giving honors and extra beer rations for those who shifted the most blocks. Doubtless, the work was backbreaking, but over the following millennium, millions of Egyptians would take this deal. Perhaps they also felt a sense of pride at the great constructions they were taking part in, which, if all went well, they would live to see completed. These labourers were sufficiently respected that any who died during the construction were buried in tombs within the royal complex, their bodies forever a part of the monolith they had given their lives to build, an honour that would never have been given to a slave. The vast administrative effort of building these tombs over the next centuries required a fundamental restructuring of Egyptian government. In the past, most of the high positions of state had been doled out to the pharaoh's family, but with such ambitious projects to be completed, skilled people would be needed. In the decades that followed, individual functions of government, such as the master of scribes and controller of workshops, were separated out, and these roles were delegated to capable individuals who were promoted on merit. The Egyptologist Toby Wilkinson summarizes the transformation in the following
returns.
As Egypt embarked on pyramid building, the pyramids were building Egypt.
This new caste of civil servants took pride in their work. One Egyptian text of the 5th dynasty records the advice that a vizier named Ptah-hotep gave to his son about how to be a successful administrator.
Let not your heart be puffed up because of your knowledge. Be not confident because you are a wise man. Take counsel with the ignorant as well as the wise. Good speech is more hidden than the emerald, but it may be found even among
the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, who came to the landing place of death. And the majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Snefru, was raised up as a beneficent king in this entire land.
During his half-century on the throne, Snefru would secure his place as Egypt's most ardent and determined pyramid builder. With the failure of the last kings to build a stepped pyramid to match Djoser's, Snefru began to wonder if he could build something even better. A pyramid that conformed to a perfect geometrical shape. He had a vision of a pyramid with polished smooth sides, unlike anything the world had seen before. His first attempt to accomplish this in history. The Meidum Pyramid was built in several stages. First, it was a stepped pyramid of similar design to Djoser's, and then this interior structure was encased in a steep shell of white limestone, creating a high and narrow point. The effect would have been beautiful. That is, until one day, as the pyramid neared completion, when the entire weight of the stone facing began to collapse in all directions. We can only imagine the noise and calamity that must have accompanied this. The workers leaping clear of the wreckage, the overseers watching aghast, as an avalanche of painstakingly cut stone poured off the side of the pyramid. The moment this happened, Snefru ordered the construction to be halted. Workmen inside the interior chambers
simply put down their tools and left. Today, the burial chamber inside the pyramid is still unfinished, with raw, uncarved walls and wooden supports still in place, which were usually removed after construction. Snefru must have been devastated, but he wasn't discouraged. Soon he tried again, with a pyramid at the site of Dashur, just to the south of the royal necropolis of Saqqara. This pyramid was intended to be tall, and its sides were even steeper than the first. His workmen began to construct it with a sharp 53-degree slope to its sides, and this time Snefru must have hoped that he would get the pyramid he dreamed of. But this would not turn out to be the case. This second pyramid was built on ground that was only soft sand and shale. As the pyramid took shape and its weight climbed into the millions of tons, they found that the stone was sinking into the earth and causing cracks to appear in the structure. We can only imagine how it felt to be the architect who had to bring this bad news to the king, the son of Ra, the living embodiment of the god Horus. The workmen tried everything they could, from adding new supporting blocks to the base to propping up subsiding sections with huge beams of cedar wood. But it was hopeless. It became clear that if they can strong limestone just outside Memphis, at a place called Giza. When construction began on the Great Pyramid, there must have been some uncertainty about whether it would even be possible. It was built using an estimated 2.3 million large stone blocks, weighing a total of 6 million tons. And when its first layer was completed, it was the size of more than 10 football pitches. Its builders used predominantly local limestone blocks of its outer shell were quarried at a place called Tura, on the other side of the river. The stone from these quarries was of exceptional quality, a pale white in colour, almost like marble. For this reason, it was highly prized for use on the interiors of tombs, and the perfect casing for a pyramid. This limestone was cut out of underground tunnels in these quarries and dragged down to the banks of the Nile, where it was loaded onto barges to be carried downstream. In order to ease the transportation of these stones, the Egyptians dug a series of canals and artificial harbours that came right up to the base of the pyramids, one of which was known as Sheikh Khufu, or the Pool of Khufu. One papyrus has been uncovered, the oldest ever found, that is the work journal of an overseer named Merer. In it, he records the process of this perhaps less than exhilarating task.
Day 25. Inspector Morer spends the day hauling stones in Tora South. Spends the night at Tora. Day 26. Inspector Morer casts off from Tora loaded with stone. Spends the night at the Pool of Khufu. Day 27. Sets sail loaded with stone. Spends the night at the pyramid. Day 28. Casts off from the pyramid in the morning. Sails upriver to Tora South. Day 29. Inspector Morer spends the day hauling stones in Tora South. Spends the night at Tora. Day 30.
BC. On its completion, the Great Pyramid of Giza would stand 147 meters high, or nearly 40 stories. It was the tallest man-made structure in the world, and would remain so for nearly 4,000 years. The building that eventually surpassed it, the wooden spire of Lincoln Cathedral in England, completed in 1311, would stand for little more than 2 centuries before it collapsed in a storm. Today, Khufu has cemented his name into history with the construction of these monuments. But other than his ambitious pyramid, little else is known about him. The only representation of him ever found is a single statuette carved from ivory, and ironically, for a man so obsessed with grand scale, this statue is only 7 centimeters, or less than 3 inches tall. When Khufu died around 2525 BC, his son Jedefre would take the throne, but his reign was short, and when he died, another of Khufu's sons became pharaoh. His name build a grand pyramid of his own. He would place it right beside his father's. But it unseemly to one-up his dead father quite so ostentatiously. Perhaps for this reason, Khafre's pyramid would be a deferential 3.5 meters shorter than his father's, although he was sure to place it on a slightly higher shelf of limestone, meaning that from many angles it appears taller. Coupled with slightly steeper angled sides, this meant Khafre was also able to build his pyramid with perhaps 350,000 fewer stone blocks, a saving that his teams of labourers and stonemasons no doubt appreciated. Today, the Pyramid of Khafre is the only pyramid at Giza to retain any of its original casing stones of smooth white Tura limestone, which still cling to the top third of the structure, perhaps since its steeper sides made it more difficult for stone thieves to extract the very top of its masonry. This allows us to picture how these monuments would have looked in their golden age. The smooth white sides that must have gleamed blindingly in the desert sun, and at night shone in the light of the moon. All of Egypt's largest pyramids had already been built, all by only 3 generations of the same family. But almost from the moment the final capstone was placed on Khafre's massive monument, enthusiasm for enormous pyramids began to wane. Whether there's any truth to this or not, it's clear Menkaure had different priorities to Khufu and Khafre, and his more modest pyramid seems to have broken the spell of his family's one-upmanship. For the next 1,000 years, pharaohs would continue to build pyramid tombs, but they would be mostly at a much reduced scale, and they would cut bigger and bigger corners in their construction. Instead of a solid limestone structure, These later monuments would often be a simple limestone shell encasing a core of mud brick, or simply earth and sand. For this reason, little remains of these later pyramids, other than melancholy heaps, alone in the desert. Slowly, the practice would begin to die out altogether. The reason Egyptians stopped building pyramids was partly due to changes in religious attitudes towards burial, but it also seems to have stemmed from concern over tomb robbers. After all, a pyramid was essentially an enormous sign, announcing to the world that the richest man in Egypt was buried there. From the earliest days, people were drawn to the tombs of long-dead kings to attempt to steal their treasures. One tomb inscription of a royal architect named Ineni gives us a clue about these changing priorities. He writes that he constructed his king's tomb not in an ostentatious declaration of power, but in total. These secret tombs, grave robbers were still a constant concern. One pharaoh of the later New Kingdom would order an inspection of his predecessors' tombs, and his inspectors brought back troubling news.
The tomb of the king. It was found that the evildoers have damaged it by forcing an opening into the main chamber of his tomb, through the passage wall of the sanctuary of Neverman, superintendent of the grain stores of the king. In the funerary place, the body of the king had been removed, and the tomb of his royal spouse, the royal lady of Nuptias, was empty. The robbers had laid violent hands on them.
It wasn't just the precious treasures inside that were stolen. As the overseer Merer had found, cutting the limestone blocks from the quarries of Tura was one of the most time-consuming parts of construction. For this reason, pharaohs who felt more pressed for time sometimes despoiled previous pyramids of their cut stone in order to speed along their own monuments. One Middle Kingdom text, known as the Instruction of Merikare, advises kings against this shameful practice.
Do not despoil the monument of another, but quarry stone in Tura. Do not build your tomb out of ruins. You
When viewed from the entrance to the tombs here, this pointed peak somewhat resembles a natural pyramid. It's possible that this convenient landform may have relieved some of the pressure on Egypt's pharaohs, and allowed them an equally prestigious place to be buried, while freeing up an untold amount of energy and manpower in the kingdom. Egypt's manual laborers could perhaps breathe a sigh of relief. Slowly, the age of the pyramids came to an end. Still, that was a long time in the future, and throughout the 4th and 5th dynasties of Egypt, royal monument construction continued confidently. But in the 6th dynasty, around the 23rd century BC, construction began to decline. Part of the reason for this was an increasing decentralization of the empire and a gradual weakening of the power of the king. The final pharaoh of the Old Kingdom was named Pepi II. He came to the throne at the age of 6 and ruled for more than 60 years. Pepi was an excitable and enthusiastic child, as we can see from one tomb inscription by one of his officials named Harkuf. Harkuf had a long and illustrious career. He served as the mayor of one of Egypt's southern provinces in the region of the Nile Cataract of Aswan, the narrow gate to the south.
Love favors. You wake and you sleep, planning to do what your Lord loves, favors and commands. Unique friend Harkuf.
Pepi was especially excited by a small man that Harkuf had come across in East Africa and had brought back with him. Perhaps either a man with dwarfism or a member of the so-called pygmy tribes of Central Africa.
You have further said in this message that you have brought a dwarf of the god's dances from the land of the horizon dwellers. Come downstream to the residence at once. Hurry and bring with you this dwarf that you have brought, alive, prosperous and healthy, for the king. When he goes down with you into the boat, have excellent people around him on deck, lest he fall in the water. My Majesty wishes to see this particular dwarf more than the produce of the lands.
However, as a pharaoh, Pepi was relatively ineffectual. During his childhood, his mother and grand viziers seem to have done much of the ruling, and as an adult he continued a relatively hands-off approach to the kingdom. For much of its history, Egypt had been governed by regional administrators known as nomarchs, who were appointed by the pharaoh to rule over their regions on his behalf. Pepi's long reign saw an increasing amount of power passing to these regional governors. Gradually, their positions became hereditary rather than appointed, so that single families began to amass large amounts of power, and their tombs became larger and more elaborate with every passing year. These nomarchs were soon beginning to look a lot like feudal lords, or even petty kings, and even began fighting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the once boy king Pepi was now entering his 70s, frail and increasingly detached from the business of ruling. This might not have been a death blow for the kingdom, but it was around this time that a record drought descended over Egypt. often prosperity. But when a king's rule went on too long, it had the tendency to create what we might call the old king problem. The long reign of the pharaoh Pepi, along with his multiple wives, meant that he had countless children, many of them now old men themselves, with children and grandchildren of their own. And they were all impatient to see this old king pass on, so that they would get their chance to rule. When Pepi finally died around 2175 BC, what followed was a succession crisis of immense proportions. The chaos serpent of Isfet now wound its way around all the lands of Egypt. In the 2 decades that followed, the kingdom would see no fewer than 17 pharaohs come and go, some perhaps dying of old age, and others no doubt killed by their rivals. The only one of these kings to survive more than a year on the throne was a man named Ibi, who even somewhat optimistically tried his hand at building a pyramid at the royal burial ground of Saqqara. But this monument was a testament to the now much reduced state of the empire. Standing at little more than 30 meters high, it was smaller than the pyramids of some of the earlier kings' wives. On top of that, it was lazily constructed around a core of mud and limestone chips. King Ibi, the man who was to be buried under this sad monument, ruled for only 2 years, 1 month and a day, and likely did not control all of Egypt. Now, local nomarch governors declared independence and ruled and elaborate titles that they seem to have invented for themselves. One inscription for a powerful nomarch named Aktifi demonstrates how the centralized power of the king was declining.
I am the vanguard of the men, the rear guard of the men, a leader of the land through active conduct, strong in speech, collected in thought. For I am without peer, who spoke out when people were silent, on the day of fear, when Upper Egypt was silent.
Aktifi recalls the time of famine that swept over the land, as crisis after crisis rocked the struggling Old Kingdom.
All of Upper Egypt was dying of hunger to such a degree that everyone had come to eating his children. But I managed that no one died of hunger in this province. The entire country had become like a starved grasshopper, with people going to the north and to the south in search of grain.
Egypt was now fracturing into something like the shape it had been before King Narmer had fused it into a stable, centralized state nearly 800 years before. Refugees were flooding the roads. Another later Egyptian writer called Ipuwer, who lived in the period following this chaos, describes people resorting to theft to survive, and violence spreading.
The guardians of the house say, "Let us go and steal." The snarers of birds have formed themselves into armed bands. The peasants of the Delta have provided themselves with shields. A man regards his son as his enemy. The wrongdoer is in every place. The inundation of the Nile comes, yet no one goes out to plow.
Ipuwer describes a widespread economic collapse, during which trade from foreign lands dried up.
The skilled masons who built pyramids now labor on farms, and those who tended the boat of the gods are yoked together in plowing. Men do not go on voyages today. What shall we do?
A shameful deed occurred in my time. The province of Thes was ravaged. Though it happened through my doing, I learned it after it was done. There was retribution for what I had done, for it is evil to destroy. Beware of it. A blow is repaid by its like. To every action, there is a response.
This response would come in the form of a thundering reprisal by the king of Thebes, Mentuhotep. He would march into the north and defeat the armies of Henen-Nesut. Next, he rounded on the northern capital. When he captured it, all of the funerary monuments of its kings were defaced and destroyed, perhaps suggesting a sacking of the city. Whatever the northerners had done to the sacred center of Abydos, it was clearly visited upon them and their city tenfold. Mentuhotep now swept through northern Egypt, and the provincial governors saw the writing on the wall and swore fealty to him. After nearly 2 centuries of dissolution, the two halves of Egypt were once again united. The period that followed, known as the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, would last for around 300 years, but it has not left an impressive archaeological record. Compared to the towering pyramids of the Old Kingdom and the architectural magnificence of the later New Kingdom, it stands out as something of a dull time for grand monument construction. But it did experience a flourishing in another area, that is, in the realm of Egyptian literature. One